Hello there. Boys and girls, good morning. Probably going to be a little bit less talking today, if I can get away with it. You might be able to hear my voice is a little bit toasted, so we'll see how today goes. But, yeah, we'll see, shall we? Let's get rid of, where's it gone? That one. Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes today. I'm gonna get some coffee in me, and if it gets better, we'll see. I mean, it's probably not gonna get better the more I talk, is it? But you know, what are you gonna do? 135 points in blacksmithing and alloys. Still only break even or incur a loss. Blacksmithing is all about using ever-burning ignition. If you're relying on craft sim for your profits or to indicate your profits, be aware that it doesn't likely take into account ever burning ignition properly. I'm still doing most of my maths manually. Make sure to get the Weaver buff for faster crafting speed. I'm not well informed with the Weavers yet to get the bonus buff, but it might be on the cards later. Be aware though that the market prices on a lot of stuff are ludicrously wild at the moment because people are starting to buy out their materials for season 1. So, and ingots especially. I don't know which ingots you're focused on. Sorry, alloys. They're called alloys, aren't they? The sanctified ones are just mentally expensive. Storm dust is at an all-time low. Oh, I don't think it's at an all-time low just yet. Not yet. It's got a relatively strict price Storm Dust is very heavily linked to bismuth. It floats up and down like bismuth floats up and down. It's got room to move though. I'm only buying enough to sort of batch produce a handful. Well, a few thousand at a time. My intentions is not really to actually sell a lot of the stuff that I'm crafting right now. Part of me is just trying to get the, should we say, the manual labor out of the way. Get the actual crafting of stuff done and out of the way. Sit on it for a little while. Wait until you spot a good opportunity to then sell it out. These rank 2 bolts that I'm making right now, I suspect these are going to be very, very competitive on price, but I also suspect that these things are just going to absolutely fly off the shelves. So I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself crafting these. Thoughts on TSM's new website? I had a little look around it, you know. It looks quite cool. Looks pretty funky. The layout and the design is nice. I think it is still lacking some features overall, but it's definitely a good step in the right direction. I think it's definitely, it looks cool. Please ignore my astronomical waste of gold, but like the heat maps is quite a clever thing. Allows you to dive down into certain markets. Where's metal and stone, for example? Bismuth. It seems to bundle. The heat maps seem to focus predominantly on quality 1 variations. So this is where there's definitely, from a data perspective, more could be done, because I'd kind of want to be able to go, you know what, bismuth. I would much prefer, instead of having to search, to be able to just click on the item again and it do the same as searching. Because then having to go in, type search just to change to quality 3, which is arguably the market that is more interesting. Jesus, look at my purchase list on bismuth. Sheesh. I need to stop buying bismuth. The graphs, price and quantity, I think are fine, although it's only one line and it's stating it's 2 things. I have to hover over it to see the quantity. This is where, I don't know, maybe a second line would be, I don't know. I'm clearly gonna firstly and very directly compare it to something like the Undermine Exchange, right? So where you've got bismuth Q3. You've got both quantity and price on one graph here, and I don't know whether it's just I don't know if it's just that this is more, I've used this more, but I understand this intuitively almost instantly. Having to hover over a certain point to get the quantity. This is tracking the price, but yeah. So average sale and sold per day. Yeah, once again, you can't track 2 things on one graph with one line. Market value you can track with just one line. But yeah, there's definitely some like formatting here. You can see how it's, I don't know. It's a really nice start. Really nice start. How does that website get sales data when the add-on can't even get sales right lately? I mean, I am not 100% savvy on the data acquisition of TSM or any website in general right now. But like I said, most of this I tend to tread carefully with it. From a UI UX perspective, how would you rate it 1 to 10? Well, the interface looks clean and tidy, so pretty high on a purely an interface basis. The user experience side of things has still got some work to do on it, though. That's for sure. What I can't eat... Hang on, let me not do this on screen in case it shows things it shouldn't show. Yeah, that shows a lot of things it shouldn't show. That instantly shows my flipping API key, my email address, everything. That should probably not do that. Yeah, it's early. It's early. It's very early. It looks pretty solid so far. I think it's something that will definitely be more useful in the future. I think once we can get the ledger working properly, let me see if I can get back to that quickly. Let me not. So like the ledger side of things, I think is going to be a better, if they can get this right. Just really look at my sales rather than my purchases. So it's going to break it down by realm. You can then select the realm. You can view your individual cells on certain realms. Where the categories come from. Sure. It's at the moment, tools like this takes you time to actually figure out how you can use them. At the moment, I'm just looking at it and go, yeah, it looks pretty. It looks nice, it looks fancy, it looks pretty, that's about it. Being able to play around with your groups here as well is kind of helpful. You can select your different accounts. You can pull your groups in. You could also, there's also a published groups section, which I don't know what that is. This might be handy. This might be a handy way for me to long-term maybe distribute my groups and operations to people. Well, groups at least, maybe. Not sure how all of this works. How the... Oh, whoa, TSM, Jesus. Jesus. Need a streamer mode on this by the looks of things. I'm not totally sure how... If I do it... Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. So there's okay, clever, this works then. Okay, I'm going to do something that Gumdrops kind of told me maybe not to do, but I think it's maybe, I don't know. Maybe I can't show that yet. Whoops. Does that not work? Okay, I'll talk about that a little bit more when I can talk about that a little bit more. I'm trying to then flip in. Let me just see it straight up. New incognito tab. Okay, so one thing they do seem to have done is they have separated out a little bit their offerings of their premium subscription. They've got a gold and they've even got a platinum version now. Obviously the add-on is free. Support up to 10 realms via your desktop app. This is going to be good for sort of small time cross-market trading potentially. Obviously there's the Discord channel you can jump in for support and what they claim to be some basic market research tools. Their gold subscription, or what was previously called their premium subscription, I believe, is from, I'm trying to figure out the prices here, starting at $3 a month. Obviously this needs changing because $3 is not the same as €3. But this has got a local currency conversion attached to it, presumably. You can either pay for it up front for a year or whatever. You get, you get the black market auction house stuff, which could be useful if you're hunting down something big, for sure. Add-on settings will be backed up and synced into the cloud. Email alerts for items and black market auction house auctions. I've used this previously for some stuff and it's proved pretty helpful. Up to 25 realms in the desktop app, giving you a little bit more flexibility with cross-realm arbitrage. The great deals section, which is sometimes useful, sometimes not, moved over to your add-on in-game for an in-game search, I believe. A premium rollover in their Discord and priority beta access. So this sounds to be very much in line with what their premium offering was before. And if you choose to step up to their platinum grade now, you have analysis of sales and purchases in the ledger on the website. So maybe it's, well, it claims extensive analysis over basic analysis. We'll dive into that in a little bit and find out exactly what that really relates to. Track your goal-making performance on the dashboard and items pages. View the sale price and quantity graphed over time on the item pages as well. Unlimited realms in the desktop app. Discord alerts, okay. Discord alerts in addition to email for items from the black market auction house. That means you might actually react to them a little bit quicker than if they go to your email. And then a special Discord role with access to exclusive channels and TSM roadmaps and insights and stuff. Okay. So if you want to really support the TSM devs in a bit more, there's the platinum version. You can either pay for it as a flat monthly fee. You can save up to 25% if you pick up a yearly subscription, or you can just get rid of biannually, especially because it's an ambiguous term in the first place. Build every 6 months, build once a year, build monthly. Okay. Export stuff to a CSV, like saddlebags, so you can actually dig a little bit deeper and compare and contrast stuff if you're a bit of a spreadsheet junkie. Oh, I'm sure that's likely to be a thing. I'm doing this in an incognito window right now, because if I do it on my account is logged in, so I can't see this, weirdly, when you're actually logged in. Which seems counterproductive. My marketing brain is just like sending off like an air horn at the moment, because you always want even your existing customers to be able to see what the upgrade path is. For some reason you can't see this page when you're logged in, but anyway. Initially, it looks cool. It looks cool. It looks fine. I'm sure there's some good options to be had here. And if you are, in the interest of full disclosure, if you are looking to step up to either gold or platinum, maybe hang fire, because I might be able to have an early bird promo for you soon. I have asked if I can do a deal for you guys. I'm still getting that figured out. But it looks quite cool. It looks quite cool. Even once you're in, even once you're logged in, even once you're poking around, playing around. The one thing I know categorically is we can put our full trust in the TSM devs to keep pushing forward with this. I mean, as an add-on, as a company now, they've been around literally forever. So there's a strong chance that this is literally, you know, boom, this is your first indication about what's going on here. Now, it's maybe not the most sensible thing to disclose everything that I'm buying and selling live on stream, but you know what are you going to do? So here we have the amount of sales, the amount of purchases. You can see the last week has been pretty heavy on the old purchases side of things. We can track sales. We track sales by realm. Oh, have I finished crafting bolts in the background? We'll go back to that in a minute. You can see, you can then nest down into all the things you've been dealing with more so. Having to, from a usability standpoint, having to nest down from the beginning is like, okay, I suppose, but what if I want to, you know, if you do a lot of different things, like now, if I wanted to compare my sales of Iron Claw alloys to my sales of, I don't know, Windwall bolts, not Windwall, Weaver cloth bolts, for example, just to see which market's more lucrative for me, which one's doing better volume, it's still a little bit tricky to do. So I do think that there's definitely some room to move here. I would like a button that just says show everything, for example. But it's a good start, really solid start. The dashboard looks very clever. So far I'm quite impressed. Have we finished crafting bolts here? What's going on? Why do you stop? Why do you stop? Do we make some Q3 bolts instead? Let's make some Q3 bolts while we're here. You'd be a great QA tester for TSM. Well, I've given them feedback over the years on multiple different things. We have a reasonably good two-way relationship. Any plans for doing a guide to get the most out of TSM in these subscriptions for the new TSM or goal making? Yeah, I desperately need to redo my TSM videos because they're now a few years old, and you can clearly tell they're a few years old. They were done at the tail end of Shadowlands, I think, so they haven't really been redone in this new world we live in with this revamped crafting interface and system. So I've had plans for a little while to redo them, but of course, right at the very beginning of an expansion, there's loads to do. And I also know that TSM, in terms of its like crafting side, never works quite as fluently at the beginning of an expansion anyway. You should at least try not to rely on add-ons too heavily until markets have stabilized, and or at the very least you know how to do it all manually. Is it normal to lose a fair chunk of gold at the start? Yes. Yes. Big goblins out there, people who play with the crafting professions a lot, will usually spend big at the beginning and then put themselves in the best position they possibly can be to supply the demand when the demand turns up. It's usually quite quiet for the first couple of weeks, and so goblins will often end up... like, farmers are out there farming like crazy. They're getting materials like crazy. They're pumping those materials forward to the crafters. Crafters are doing their bit to make a few bits and pieces, often not having many people to sell to just yet. But, you know, if you can squeeze out some profits in some margins, it's all good. Hang on, I've just had a thought. Do I have the tailoring bag? I do have the tailoring bag. Whew, phew. The tailoring bag annoys me, actually, you know. Maximum yield when unraveling. I've spec'd hard into unraveling. I've got 30 points in quality fabric and 30 points in weaving and unraveling. And I barely touch this. Barely touch this right now. Because actually unraveling cloth, as it stands currently, is a massive net loss. Because you don't sell the spools. Nobody's really interested in buying the basic spools. What you're actually doing is then crafting the bolts out of those spools. The issue with that, though, is that weaver cloth bolts, due to, as we mentioned a minute ago, excessive amounts of farming at the beginning of an expansion, has actually caused the bolts to be significantly cheaper than even the cloth that is needed to unravel to make them. What I haven't done, and I think I should probably poke around with it a little bit more, is test some dawn weave and dusk weave unraveling. I haven't really analysed those markets particularly much, but there's part of me that thinks I should. What am I out of? Oh, I'm out of thread. Ooh, we're out of thread. I'm going to need a lot of this, aren't I? I invested in bolts a bit. They were 258% cheaper on EU than NA yesterday. Kind of feels a fairly low risk. Well, the way I look at it is that sure, you can farm bolts, and so they're not strictly only sourced via crafting, but I know full well that the majority of the farmers will stop farming as soon as the season launches. And for bolts to be... I understand bolts being a little bit less than your run-of-the-mill crafting cost, because they can also be farmed for, but there was no reason they should have been like a single-digit percentage of what they cost to craft. A bolt should still clearly cost you 40, 50 gold to craft it via unraveling and making the damn thing. Well, maybe a bit less than that, but it depends on the price of the cloth, really, doesn't it? But yeah, I agree with you. It felt like cloth bolts were overly cheap. Dawn and Duskweave drop rate got nerfed last night, apparently. Get ready for a bit of a price spike. Well, they're slowly, aren't they? They're nerfing farm spots. They're changing up drop rates on things. So, you know, prices are all over the place. Yeah, farmer rumours are often very different to official changes, if I've learned from the past. Shall I make some bandages? I've got enough to make a fair few bandages. Do I want to pop another potion, or do I want to go? Well, let's go see what's going on in the auction house. I've got plenty of time to craft stuff. Do I think they're going to address blasphemite? What do you mean by address blasphemite? What do you think the problem with blasphemite is? Welcome in, though.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Dawnweave, Duskweave. The reality is Dawnweave and Duskweave isn't actually used anywhere near as aggressively. The fact that it doesn't go into your Exquisite Weaver Cloth bolts in any way, shape or form. Dawnweave and Duskweave doesn't go many places. Not in great quantities. Which, for me, is indicative of the fact that you're never going to need tens of thousands of it, because it's not a mass-produced sort of thing. What do these take in? These take the spools directly. You never turn Dawnweave or Dusk Thread into bolts, particularly. Spools, 8 spools is like... 8 spools is what... Oh, I haven't got the flipping table. But 8 spools is like a handful of Dawnweave at best. And don't forget that these are limited in the amount of times people can press the button. These can't be mass-produced in any way, shape or form. Dusk Thread, spools of Dusk Thread goes into the Duskweave bolts. Used in arguably quite small quantities in a few crafted items. Dusk Thread linings, spell threads, bags. Bags are the only real place it gets used a lot in. This is the only thing that potentially would be a mass-produced item, but it's mass-produced by proxy of something that's on a cooldown as well. The cooldown is going to limit the demand for Dawnweave and Dusk Thread, Dawnweave and Duskweave, like, permanently. One thing I can say, Woo, is that the Siege Farm has been nerfed, which was a huge production of cloth and greens and all sorts. So there's that natural transition period for all the farmers to go find what the new thing is and then do it a bunch. And maybe, you know, they've sold out of stock, or I don't know. Duskweave has been jacked up in value. Why is somebody's clearly reset Duskweave, but Dawnweave is still just there in some pretty sizable quantities. The reality is, though, the entire market right now is still less than 5M. Still less than half a gold cap to reset the entire market of quality 3s. Which, in terms of, like, actual quantity of where's the spools? Why have I not got spool of Dawn Thread? Q3 favorited. Missed one. What's the add-on that shows you profit in the crafting screen? Oh, it's Auctionator, but the value is don't like Kahani's just said, don't trust the value. Don't trust the values. It's not, I'm ignoring the profit one, I'm just using it as a very quick way of seeing roughly what it costs to craft. But this doesn't do a great job of, it just doesn't do a great job. Don't look for add-ons to tell you your profits. Do the maths yourself. What's my preferred tailoring spec? Well, I went the material production route, so I went unraveling and bolt production. Yeah. So, did somebody do a reset, by the looks of things, on What? Doesn't make any sense. Dawnweave is the one that hasn't had a reset, but it's the spool of Dawn thread that's the actual most expensive one. Huh? What's that about? What's that about? What does this turn into? What are the rates on this? I haven't figured half of this out. Let's wait 10 seconds apparently. Hello, game. Where's my TSM button gone? Okay. Something's completely busted. Is it just not worth going after 2 professions on a main character right now, since I can't get enough acuity to make blue tools for 2 professions? Short term, it's more difficult to run 2 professions, yes, because you're going to have to prioritize one. You're probably going to use one to make artisans acuity to fuel the other. So you are going to have to kind of prioritize if you have 2 professions right now. Let's clear the bags of any... Okay, we can smush these pretty safely. Oh, we're going to have to go do it over here. $1,000 of this stuff. My tool is spec'd into multi-craft, which is not ideal for this. More resourcefulness would be a win. Have I got 300 artisans acuity yet? There's part of me that thinks I might make a second tool. I might make a second resourcefulness tool. How quickly or easily do I have the recipe for that? Oh, you want that Q5? I don't have the recipe for that. Any artisans acuity in here? Knowledge point, hello. Ah, recipe I don't own. Artisans acuity, artisans acuity. What's the crack on making these? It's easy enough, isn't it? Seems kind of dumb that I need an alt, but okay. Well, it's only... Well, you do just have to pick and choose which profession is your primary profession for a little bit. But if you go, for example, if you go the work order route, if you go the gear crafting route, you'll still be able to fill work orders for people. You'll still be able to craft gear for people on both professions. You just might need to rely on concentration a little bit more if people want things at the higher quality. But of course, in that scenario, you get the luxury as the crafter to set your price for that. So if you have 2 crafting professions and you don't really want to pick a favorite, the work order route will allow you to charge what you think is fair for your time and skills with each of those professions. Work orders are not my cup of tea, but they're definitely... I mean, we haven't even seen the start of the work order goal making, really. Bandages? People want bandages? 30 artisans acuity for making some bandages? 60 artisans acuity for making 2 bandages? Get in. Yoink. Looks like we've had our refresh of patron orders. Hello, what's this? Ha! Fill 1,000 crafting orders. Didn't get that throughout all of Dragonflight. Lol. What's that put me at? 225. That's not enough. 225 is not enough. I need 300. I've got my 2 treasures to go and get this week for tailoring still. I need council at renown 12 before I can get the book. Is it council at 12? Yeah, council at 12 before I can get that 10 knowledge point book. Let's go see what enchanting has to offer. I'm out of spores. Consider the no mats, no make add-on. Shows you the rewards and what mats you have to provide without clicking on each order. Oh, I've had that in the past. Do we still have it? Okay, maybe it didn't make the cut when I did my purge. I got rid of it because I assumed there wasn't much use for it. Maybe there is. You're behind on renown unless this is your alt account. No, I'm way behind on my renown. Massively behind. At the end of the day, it's 10 knowledge points that I don't think will make a huge difference. Not relative to the amount of time and effort I'd have to put in to keep my renown up to speed. Did I not turn the add-on on? I'll get it sorted though. I said to myself this week I'll get my renown fixed. I just need to spend a few hours out there doing some quests and killing rares and, you know. Do you lose profession knowledge when you unlearn it? No, that's one of the nice things. Well, it's nice and it's nice for some people. It's not for others. It's nice if you want to have access to those professions again in the future, but it's bad if you were trying to unlearn your points by because you fucked up. There's no undo button. Oh, that's cool. That's quite cool. That's really clever. Like that a lot. Is this the reagents that they provide or the reagents I'm going to have to provide? So they provide the spores. Oh, okay, that's clever. So I can quickly see at a glance what's needed. Oh, I like that. Well, that stays on the list. Let me go get some spores.
My directive is to serve you.
60 gold apiece. Okay, now. These things are another one that I'm like, what do I do about these? What do I do? What do I do? There's parts of me that feels I should have 1,000 of everything just lying about, just in case.
Return and peruse my inventory.
Hang on, while we're here. Should we sling a few things on the auction
I have
house? Have a look
calibrated
at
my
prices.
to be reasonable.
245 on exquisites. These were reset earlier. Somebody reset these earlier, and it wasn't me, by the way, even though it looks like it was me. Somebody reset them to 300, and I was kind of assuming that they might get reset again because there's so few of them. If I was baller, I'd do it myself actually now, but I'm not. All right, well maybe let's not sell too many of these then. Let's just keep the gold coming in either way though. What about the Q2 versions? Q2 versions. Somebody's walled these off here. Zanzafol Taran Mill? I recognise that name. Oh, alright then. We won't undercut Zan.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Is resourcefulness better than multicraft if crafting reagents? No. Multicraft always wins. If you can use multicraft, use multicraft. Enchanting's the only exception to that rule, because enchanting doesn't have multicraft. Weirdly. Don't know why they went that route. What was I doing? I was trying to harvest artisan's acuity, wasn't I? So, you're going to provide the spores, so we'll do that one. What do you want it? You want it at Q2? I can either use Q3 Storm Dust, or use Q2 Storm Dust in concentration. This is my feeder enchanter. Not one that I'm actually using properly. I'm using it for some easy artisan security gains. So we'll cheap out, we'll use our concentration instead. How desperately do I want those 10s? Is it worth the materials? What's the actual crafting cost? 1,000 gold for 10 artisans acuity. And that's a fraction of what I was paying earlier. Whoa, hang on. Q2 concentration. Let's not get crazy now. Fuck it, send it. I saw your TSM graph. Yeah. Got push. Oh shit. Start order. Q2, concentration, go. No weekly turn-in quest?
May rook nor ram.
No weekly turn-in quest for enchanting. Interesting. Oh, because I'm skilled 10. Okay. Sure. Whoops.
Do you have a query?
Oh, okay. Well, hang on. Let me go do some disenchanting real quick. Let me go disenchant some trash. We get points from that anyway.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlander.
Can you disenchant directly from here? Oh, maybe not, because I haven't got the button on my bars. Oh, you have to take it out first. Alright, sure.
My thanks for your patronage.
Second one. Go on, where's the big boy one? There it is. That's 20 artisan security right there. Let's put me on 270. Still need 300. Do we think making a second tool is a little bit greedy? I want the second tool because I want this same tool, but I want it with resourcefulness on. I'm just wondering if the cost of making a second one of these is actually counterproductive. I've only put a quality 2 resourcefulness enchant on that. Cheaped out. The alternative is I spend this artisan security on some recipes or something for some bonus extra knowledge points with tailoring. But I'm max build on my tailor. I'm ready for season 1. I've got nowhere else to go. 30, 60, 90, 120, 135. Got nowhere else to go. Because I'm not putting points in ingenuity. That's just ridiculous. I don't really need more cloth drop percentage. Don't need anything from here. Theory is I could start putting points into getting better at making spell threads potentially. But I'm not going to get a splurge of knowledge points and again until maybe next week now. I've only got 2 knowledge points, 2 easy to get knowledge points. Unless, of course, we get some more patron orders. I've still got my weaver line to make. I could make a weaver line. Points in dawn until dusk would be useful. What if I wanted to move into unlocking these? I can unlock one of them anyway. How much do I need to get to unlock the second one? 10 points will also give me the Dawn Weave reagent bag, which could be another nice little side hustle. Where's the sub-spec? Don't tell me I have to put a full... Oh my god, you've got to put a full 30 points in to learn the second one of these? Okay. Choices, choices. What's more useful? Duskweave or Dawnweave? Spool of Dawn threads. Going to Dawnweave bolts. Daybreak spell threads. And the Dawnweave reagent bags. A tree's crucial to fill out since almost all crafts benefit from it. The bolts you can craft from it, though, are quite cheap at the moment. Oh, are you talking about from dawn until dusk? Harness the energy imbued in threads around Kazalgar to make powerful cloth gear and reagent items. That's not reagents, that's reagent items. So that's spell threads and the likes. And then obviously it helps you get better at making the Dawnweave bolts and the Duskweave bolts on cooldown. I'm in a position though where even if I unlock these, the reason I haven't bothered is that I would have to throw concentration at these to make them at top quality. That said, I don't really have much uses for concentration in this build otherwise. But I am kind of thinking that I'm halfway there with making like optional reagents. The only thing I'm not able to do is mass produce these myself. But yeah, 30 points from dawn till dusk. And then Dawnweave tailoring. Okay, I need quite a few more points to get tippity top at making these by the looks of things. Real close on spell threads though. This could be the next natural path. Whoops. Is this one from dawn until dusk? From dawn until dusk. Duskweave tailoring 20. Dawnweave tailoring 20. Intellect by a shitload plus mana. Intellect by a shitload plus stamina. This is one of those FOMO choices. I don't know which direction to go in, which is why I haven't clicked either of these buttons yet. Okay, I don't think I really need to worry about that too much anyway. What I was trying to do, the purpose of all of this, ages ago, distracted by squirrels, was actually to figure out what the unravel rate is on 1,000 Dawnweave. Oh, I know why I was trying to make that tool. I was trying to make that tool so I actually had some optimal numbers, wasn't I? Because now without the resourcefulness, it won't make quite as much of a... Okay, sure, I'll have to account for that. Well, we can press the button 200 times all the same. There's no multi-craft on this anyway. Oh, look, a squirrel. They're all over the place. Right, if we smush these down, then I'll have a rough napkin maths of how many spools I get per Dawnweave. I tell you what, whilst they're doing their thing, what I can do actually is take a little look at this. So this was the blog post for the new TSM announcement, introducing it, telling people what it is. We're super excited to announce the launch of a brand new Tradescore Master website to elevate your gold making in the War Within and Classic World of Warcraft. Alongside a new website rebuilt from the ground up, our TSM premium offering has evolved into multiple plans which are stuffed with brand new features and quality of life improvements to take your gold making even further. If you're an existing TSM Premium subscriber and are mostly interested in what happens to your current subscription, please check out this supplemental support article that covers the possible scenarios, including keeping your existing subscription. Let's get started with what's in store with the brand new TSM website. Homepage now features some important tools that will help you get an understanding of what's going on with the auction house and what's going on with your goal making activity if you're logged into it. First, you'll notice a heat map of items and item categories that show trends in market value. Red for declining trends, green for increasing trends, and volume of auctions. The bigger the square, the higher the volume on your realm or your region for the version of the game you've selected on your homepage. This screenshot clearly early days, cloth farming, skinning, early expansion. Poor glyphs down here. Oh, rest in peace, glyphs. Rest in peace, glyphs. From here, you can drill down into a category and then an item to see the current trends in price data at a glance. For example, let's look at cooking reagents. Click on cooking. Go in and you can see what's going on. Herbs, beef, Corway dust, so on and so on. Here we can see that enchanting reagents are overall down in price, trending when comparing to the market value and historical price by 24%. Basically, beef trending down by 12.7%. Perhaps new demand, and lay like blood trending up by 505%. Perhaps there's new demand, or maybe all auctions have just expired because nobody's been posting it again recently. There's also a tally of current volume of auctions for those item categories and individual items. Drill down further into basically beef as an item and check out the item page to see what's going on in more detail. You've got the current market price, the current market trend, the quantity currently available, and then this is your own personal data on it. At the top of the page, we can see a summary of the item's TSM market value and a confirmation of the current trend of the market compared to its historical value. The current quantity on the auction house, and if you're logged in with TSM Premium, at Platinum by the way, an overview of your current inventory data across characters and the auction house. We also see an auction house quantity trend chart showing volume of auctions for this item over time, coupled with your recent goal making actions pulled from your ledger automatically. With TSM's Premium at Platinum rank, this will happen. In this example, I might say I have a bunch of stock not listed and decided to log in and post them to the auction house before the trend continues to fall, or realise that I don't have any stock on hand and decide to scoop up any deals before the trend reverses. Moving down the page, with the TSM Platinum subscription, we see more visualizations representing the regional sale average and regional sold per day values. Information you'd usually only see in-game on the item tooltips. All of the tooltip information is also surfaced in the item statistics section to the right. You can see it over here, including your personal ledger and accounting data for sales, purchases, sales and sales rates. This data is available if you're logged in with your active TSM Premium subscription. The entire auction house is your oyster now, giving you new insights to markets versus historical trends outside of the game add-on for you to browse and research any time. Time to do some exploring. Somebody's after a cock. Somebody wants some magic cock. Before moving away from the item page, you may have also noticed that there's an alerts button at the top of the page, We're excited to introduce a more robust item notification system, which includes realm, region, black market auction house alerts via email, and now also via Discord with a platinum subscription. It's quick and it's easy to enable an alert from the item page. Simply select the realm or the region and your notification option, along with the price threshold, and you're all set. You must connect your Discord account through OAuth in the TSM account management page in order to receive Discord notifications. Got some updates to the ledger. Ledger has a coat of paint now, and now shows better charts and statistics based on your in-game goal-making activity. The ledger continues to evolve over time as it's fully integrated into the TSM website, and new data flows are established from the in-game add-on. Groups. We're now going to make it easier than ever to view your in-game groups outside of the game via the Groups tab on the new TSM website. As a starting point, with TSM Gold subscription, you can view the groups and the operations assigned to them, separated by your profile and also by your account. From here, you can also opt to publish your groups to create an easy to share link with friends or the TSM community, which will allow an easy import of the group and operation in one go. Ancient recipes, replace existing one, 8 items, 6 operations, publish. That's cool. Definitely going to find uses for that for sure. That's likely to help much more with, I mean, my TSM groups and operations don't exist yet. Do you want to see my TSM groups for the War Within, by the way? I know people have been pestering for these. You don't want these yet. You want to see what my groups are? Boom. That is it. That is it. That is my profile for TSM so far. I have not built it yet. It will come in time. But if I can build it out and then share it more easily via this, that's kind of cool. New TSM website is going to be a foundation for a lot of the things we want to do in the future, including more auction house analysis tools and more ways to understand your own goal-making activity and help you make more informed decisions on what you should or could do to improve your strategies. We have a dedicated team working on it full time, so we'll be introducing new features and pushing out updates relatively frequently now that it's been introduced to the world. For the launch, we've opened a new Discord channel where you can share your feedback or ideas or report any bugs you might encounter. For the launch of the new website, we're also revamping the TSM Premium offering with many more features described in the post above and more to come. As of today, which was actually yesterday, TSM Premium will be offered at 2 different tiers, each with their own price points and access to different features. The premium plan offered before will no longer be available to new subscribers. We looked at this a little bit earlier. You're either going to have the gold or the platinum versions now if you want some of the more sophisticated stuff. TSM will always be available for free, which gives access to the TSM desktop application and the TSM price data and some basic auction house analysis over on the website. Premium will now be offered at gold and platinum tiers. And then there's a little comparison chart. TSM Gold is going to start at $3 a month, while Platinum and all of the extra benefits will start at $7.50 a month, each whilst billed annually. Monthly and 6-month options are also available for each plans. Please call this 6 months. Don't call it biannually, because biannually can technically also be considered once every 2 years. Biannually, bi-weekly, they're ambiguous terms. Say 6 months. Current subscribers, to celebrate the launch of our new premium offering, all current TSM subscribers will get Platinum TSM Premium for 6 months at no extra cost. If you're a current subscriber and want to know what to expect during and after those 6 months, there's an extra article for you to have a little bit of a read. Well, there we go. There we go, there we go. Looks quite cool. Looks quite cool. I've had a bit of a poke around with it. I've had a bit of a play with it. I think it's pretty fancy. If you are interested in either of the premium options and don't already have a premium subscription with TSM, hang fire, because I might have a little offer for you soon. An introductory offer. I just need confirmation of exactly what it is. Have we finished doing some unraveling, have we? Okay, we got 906 spools of Dawn thread out of 1,000 Dawn weave. So realistically, it's near enough 1-to-1, isn't it? Realistically, almost 1-to-1. If I was to then take my resourcefulness procs and smush them down a bit more. Smush it until I have no more. There we go. 939. So my general consensus is going to be a spool is one piece of cloth. One cloth, one spool, give or take. The ratio is not accurate, but it's as close to. So one spool, one thread. How does that leave me to believe auction house prices are? When is resourcefulness better than multicraft and vice versa? Resourcefulness is realistically only better than multicraft when you can't use multicraft. 99 times out of 100, multicraft is the win. If you can take advantage of multicraft, you should stack it as much as you can. But obviously not everything benefits from multicraft.
My directive is to serve
So
you.
when you can't use multicraft, use all the resourcefulness you can get. So Dawnweave, Duskweave, and then their relative bolts. Spool of Dawn threads at Q3. Dawn weave, Dawn thread. Is that legitimately a thing? Ha! The fucking hell happened here? There went no way that people are buying them at this price. There's not really. I don't think there's really much rhyme or reason for people to be buying the spools, though, is there? Although that, yeah, it depends what these guys are doing. Oh, these guys are probably unraveling it themselves, aren't they? But only they're going to unravel it themselves unless it's cheaper to buy the spools off somebody else. Otherwise, yeah. This means you can't really make a profit, per se, out of the spools. Because people will just unravel the thread themselves. And I would fathom a guess that it's the cost of the bolt that you are going to care about 9 times out of 10. This is just whatever. Can you show where to put your knowledge points into tailoring for material crafting? I'll go one better than that. I will advise you to get Craft Sim, and I'll advise you to press this button up here, Specialization Info. So let's say you want to make Weaver Cloth spell threads, for example. You can click Specialization Info, and then this will tell you all of the specializations that benefit this craft, and putting your points in any of these will make this better for you. The order you put them in might need a little bit more careful consideration, but this is very, very handy to see just what nodes in your spec trees benefit certain crafts. And then you can do that for any craft you want. So let's say you want to make weaver cloth gardening hats. I can see that if I want to be the best person in the world at making weaver cloth gardening hats, I can do that by improving my points in these specific places. I'd still highly recommend that you read through the nodes and understand what they do, but at least this can point you in the right sort of direction. Does making scrolls for enchanting use multicraft, or is it just oils? If the word multicraft is in your crafting details, it works. If the word multicraft isn't here, it doesn't work. Enchanting is a weird one because enchanting doesn't use multicraft very often at all. There's only very restricted places where multicraft works in enchanting. It works on the Gleeful Glamours. You can use multicraft on these. Most of the enchants, most of the other items you craft don't take any multicraft stats. I think it's oils is pretty much the only main thing that you might look at mass producing where multicraft is used. But yeah, nearly everything else is mostly resourcefulness.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
We've been selling some bolts. What's going on with the price of these? Amos with a prime, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Does somebody know how to set Auctionator to post at 12 hours and at a less quantity? Or do I need to do it manually every time? There's probably an option to change it somewhere. There might be an option to change this somewhere.
My thanks for your
I don't know. Add-ons. Options, add-ons, Auctionator. Selling, maybe? Shortcuts, all items. Right, yeah, here you go, look. You can set the default duration to 12 hours. In the options.
My directive is to serve you.
Dawnweave at Q3 is 32 gold a piece right now for some reason. Some big chunks. Actually, that's a big chunk, but outside of that big chunk, there's not a lot going on here, is there? Sheesh! That's not a lot at all. Take that big chunk out of the equation. Big chunk of 18k. There's only, like, there's really not a lot of those left. Is that because Stormdust? What's Stormdust doing? Big chunk of Stormdust sat at the same spot. That's got Zanzibar wrote all over it, that does. The fact that Weaver Cloth is still way more expensive than the bolts is interesting. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this. But Weaver Cloth bolts Q2 are now at like 13 gold a piece, and there's only 100k of them on the auction house. Do I not have... I thought I had more weaver cloth bolts at rank 1. Maybe I don't. I've got quite a few at rank 2 though. 105,000. Yeah, I've got a few of those. I think we're good on those for a while. Wait, what? Oh, we sold some of these. Can't help but feeling that 245 for these is like wildly cheap right now. Massively cheap on those. Have I really got... How much of this have I actually got? I've got a fair amount. That is not a lot of storm dust, by the way. Considering how much storm dust is used in enchants, less than 80,000 storm dust at quality 3 will disappear fast when people start pumping out enchants. Oh my god. I know there's lots of people that have got stacks of storm dust in their bags, but that's not a lot. That's really not a lot. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting few weeks. Are there any recipes that are reasonably cheap before I move on and do something else? Not particularly. These PvP bits of gear are still a little bit more expensive than I particularly want to pay. The only reason I'd be buying these is for 1 knowledge point. It's a little bit more than I want to pay for just 1 knowledge point, I think. How does multi-craft work exactly? Is it the difference? Is it the different for different recipes? Because I've seen some people multi-crafting 6x, some 7x, and I've only got... Yeah, it's different for different items. If it's an item that only produces 1 per time, it usually doesn't multi-craft quite as aggressively. But like it's different for potions as it is for enchants. It's a little bit different.
Return and pose.
Okay. I need to do some patron orders on a couple of characters, I think. Now patron orders are reset. I need to get on some of those. And then more than anything, I probably need to keep chipping away at this renown. We were working through the campaign last night, and I was actually quite enjoying that. We might need to continue on with that little adventure. But let me have a little bit of a sweep through. Let's give 10 minutes to each character, just to try and get some patron orders done. Quick highlight of what's going on with each profession. Start with jewel crafting. Is it worth holding on to herbs, or do they only get cheaper? My crystal ball says no idea. If you've farmed the herbs, I'd just sell them. Because you've put the effort in already. Just get paid. If the price goes up, at least you know how to farm more of them. Eh? Ah. Somebody didn't... hang on. Jeweler's purse. What was I trying to get made? Oh, that's my jewel crafting bag. Any tailors online in the guild that can make a Jewel crafting bag. Where is it? Jeweler's purse. Any crafters that can make this? There's only one crafter in the guild that can make this right now. Okay. Where are they on the list? I can't see them on the list. Amethyst Paladin. Hello. Amethyst Paladin, not been online for 2 days. You're not helpful to me. Okay. Any tailor online in the guild that can make this? Otherwise, I'm going to throw it out for a public order. Speak now. Or, well, there's only one person in the guild that's got this recipe, so, in fact, to be fair, let's just public order it.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Bags. Containers, bag, go. Jeweler's purse. Yield from crushing gemstones and doing other fancy stuff. Diddler, 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 diddler. Everything. Somebody's bought the recipe, so let's give them a bit of a tip. Public order. Go. Let's see how quick that gets made.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Let's go have a little looky at work orders, shall we? Do we need to pick up some mats first? Let's see what we got to do, I suppose. Is it worth crafting and selling rank 3 flasks now? If you can make a profit, yep. If you can profit from something, do it. Always a benefit. If you can make a profit, take it. Because it's not always guaranteed you can even make a profit. So I usually recommend people just go for it. Will you be able to potentially make more profit tomorrow? Who knows? Who knows? 11 patron orders. Right, it's got to be some money in here, surely. Got to be some money in here. No mats, no make. There we go. Okay. Oh, actually, let's not be stupid about this. I haven't even got my flipping. Oh, no, I do have my quest here. There we go. I was going to say, don't start filling orders before you've even picked up the quest. Deadly Ruby Q2, knowledge points. Get in my belly. Not using big boy dust. That's ridiculous. Oh no! Oh no! We got to use tier 2 dust to make these. I'm short on tier 2 dust. Not for long. We like to party. Q2 dust. Yes, guarantees Q2. Knowledge point. Second one. Another one. Another one. Knowledge point. Q1, please. Another one. Quick amber at Q2. 1 amber, 1 gem cutter. Easy. The rest are just artisan's acuity. Now I can be a little bit more selective. I've just burned all of my artisan's acuity, to be fair, on getting that bag. If these are cheap, I'll do them. That's not cheap. That's not cheap at all, is it? I don't even have any Blasphemites on hand. How desperately do I want 30 artisans acuity? Probably not that desperately. Probably not that desperately at all. Unless there comes a point, much like tailoring, where I want to make a second tool. Probably paid more for artisan acuity in the past with all the shuffling. Oh, I definitely have, but that was to give myself that early advantage. Now I don't really have that much of a need for artisan's acuity on this jewel crafter, other than to supplement whatever my second profession ends up being on this dude. But I'm in no rush to do that. Profession slot 2. I haven't decided. Profession slot 2 is probably going to be skinning on my alts that are level 80. Whilst they're not level 80, they might do something else. Bolts, maybe. Is that bag been made yet? Come on, public order on a bag. Telling me there's not a single tailor online. Telling me there's not a single tailor online that knows how to make the jeweler's purse on Draenor. No shot there's nobody out there that can make that.
My thanks for your patronage.
23 knowledge points. That's enough to cap out one of these nodes. Hey, a crafter has filled my jeweler's purse. Nice. I've got 4 tailors, but I can't craft those. You'll have to have spent artisan's acuity on getting it, so I'm not too surprised. Specking into these will give me the ability to use, or to break down, what do you call it? Iron claw ore. I'd need 17 more points to fill this in its entirety. 10 by getting my rep sorted. 2 from a treasure out in the world, that's 12. That means I need 5 more. 5 more from somewhere. First time crafts, maybe. Buy some recipes, maybe. I don't know. It might happen this week. I mean, if we go in big dick, maximum prospect, we should probably do it properly, shouldn't we? You now have a chance to discover an emerald when prospecting nullstone. These are such bait points, and nobody prospecting nullstones anytime soon. That is wild. Actually wild. I could alternatively cap out glasswork. if we wanted to make some vials. What Q3 vials looking like? Is there anywhere else we need to spend points to cap out vials? Not really. Then I absolutely would need a multi-craft tool. Then I would absolutely need a multi-craft tool if I was to do these. Because resourcefulness isn't going to help you much on making these gilded vials. But getting multi-craft procs could potentially be the only way to actually squeeze profit out of these. Two, 5, 8. What's the maths on those? 258. Let's just say a sell price of 250. You make 3 to 5, which means you make an average of 4, which means you've got a crafting cost of an average of about 1,000. You've got about 1,000 gold crafting cost every time. Every time you press the button. Pressing the button to guarantee quality 3s is going to take you 3 pieces of crushed gemstones at quality 3, which is 750 plus whatever this costs you, which we're going to assume that the ambers cost you basically nothing. 750, 100 gold, 850, and then it's all about getting your glass, which at 50 gold a piece times 6 is the other 250. So yeah, you are entirely making your profit on your multi-craft procs, even if you've got this capped and maxed. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a good use for other stuff. That's very tempting. The only problem is I don't want Ironclaw to end up being half the price of a Kyrite. Otherwise, my prospecting opportunity goes out the window. What is the price of those ores right now?
I have an extended supply of
Kyrite,
goods for
quality
outlanders.
3, 44 gold a piece. Q2's 25. Are these numbers relatively accurate? Whereas Q1 is down to like, if we were to buy 10,000, what does it cost? 17. Compare that to Ironclaw ore. 16. So Ironclaw is cheaper. You kind of want to mix and match what you prospect a little bit though, because Ironclaw favours 2 of the gem cuts and a Kyrite favours 2 of the others. I can never remember which way round it is. Gilded vials at Q3. Relatively stable in price by the looks of things right now. But arguably not a lot of them compared to how many alchemists will need when they really turn on. You're telling me there's only vials here enough for 8,000 potions? Vials for enough for 8,000 potions? Are you mad? Those are going to disappear within a blink of an eye. When people start crafting and buying up their potions, 8,000 gone. Gone. Okay. Have I done my jewel crafting book for the week? Yes. $10k raiders, 3 potions a night, or 3 flasks a night, 2 nights a week, 60k potions a week. Let's go. Yeah, the numbers on the auction house are a little bit scary right now. It's kind of cool that
my directive has been fulfilled.
it's kind of cool that there's some stuff up there already. But there's also part of me that very much thinks, very, very, very much thinks that markets are going to just get bled dry. Why won't that go on there? Alright, you go there and then do that. Thank you. One thing I forgot to check is what's the price of Q3 gem dust doing?
My directive is to serve you.
236. This is holding pretty steady at this price, you know. It's holding pretty steady. That's a huge chunk of it down here, though. Okay, well that's not sustainable then. That's not sustainable in any way, shape or form. That is not even remotely sustainable at that price. Short of dribs and drabs from prospecting. Okay, well we'll let that do a reset then. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Could go out, get these knowledge points. Not really too bothered about doing that right now. I said I only wanted to give 10 minutes to each crafter to do some patron orders, didn't I? Any final patron orders we can squeeze out on the cheap before we move on to the next tune? What's going on here? Enchanter's Crystal. I don't have that recipe. I don't have the recipe. I'd help you out if I did, but I wouldn't be able to make it a Q5 anyway. Nobody cares about augment runes. Do I care about making these? Oh, that's cheap enough. What do you want this? A Q2? That's 30 easy artisans acuity. Take that one. Insightful Blasphemite. You didn't provide anything and you want quality 2. A quick amber. Well, that's cheap enough. Oh, you actually want this at Q3? You're going to make me use concentration for 10 artisans acuity? Well, that's not happening. Okay, that's the easy ones done then. Right, next dude. Blacksmithing. Votgret guy gets a lot of crafts on the cheap. He does, yeah. A Kyrite rank 3 is so cheap on the auction house right now, so there's not much use for it. Yeah, it's a Kyrite rank 3, I'm pretty sure, is mostly consumed by people making charged alloys and prospecting. Now, I can tell you statistically that most prospectors aren't prospecting Q3 or Kyrite right now. You're much better off prospecting Q2 or Q1. So that's not really consuming much of the Q3 Kyrite, which is why it looks relatively cheap. I wouldn't say it's cheap, but it's it just doesn't have much use. You're right. Same with Ironclaw rank 3, to be honest. It's kind of there's not huge reasons for this. But I'd also put... Whoa, wait, hang on. Who stole all of the quality 2 of Kyrite? It's literally none on the auction house. That's funny. Well, maybe people aren't prospecting that then, since it doesn't exist. People are falsifying the numbers here a little bit. That's quite funny. There's only 50k Ironclaw ore at Q2. Materials are running out, boys and girls. People are doing their thing.
My thanks for your patronage.
People are doing their thing. Forgot to put the add-on on. No mats, no make. No mats, no make. There we go. What's the most amount of knowledge points you can have at this stage in the game? Also, if you say start a new character today, is it possible to get the same amount of knowledge points, or will you be behind? Well, you're a week behind on maximum knowledge point gains, yeah. You'll have missed out on last week's patron orders, and you'll have missed out on last week's sort of stuff. So you won't be able to get quite to the same maximum number as others, but you'll get pretty close. Pretty close to still make some gold. Okay, knowledge points. Charged claymore. Bet I don't have that recipe, do I? Nope. Knowledge points. Everforged gauntlets. Don't have that either. Proficient blacksmith hammer. We should have that recipe. We've definitely got that one. What do you want this at? Q3. Easy business. Let me make some basic alloys quickly. Q2 alloy, go. There's a blacksmith knowledge point. Lovely stuff. What else we got down here then? Needle set, same scenario again. Oh, haha, and you supplied the alloys. Nice. Literally free gold. Pickaxe, provided everything. Go on. Go on providing everything. Sanctified alloy? Oh my god. You want me to make you a sanctified alloy? And you didn't provide the tinderbox? And you didn't provide the null stone? Oh god, how desperately do I want that knowledge point? I don't think I do I? I don't think I want those 2 knowledge points that desperately. You gave me the 5 echoing flux. You absolute scumbag. Oh, at least you provided the tinderbox. You provided the tinderbox. Didn't provide the null stone. Do I do this one though? What do you want this at? Q2. We'll do that for 30 artisan security for the cost of a null stone. So probably a little bit more than I would like, but come on, resourcefulness proc on null stone. Come on, resourcefulness proc on a null stone. Or on the tinderbox. Damn. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Sanctified steps, we don't have that recipe. Don't have the recipe, but I could go and get it. But you also, once again, didn't provide the tinderbox. Okay, are any of these cheap enough to get some quick acuity? Core alloy, crystalline powder. That's cheap enough to make. How do I spec in blacksmithing? I went the alloy route. I did a little video on YouTube yesterday about my alloy build. In fact, considering you're on YouTube, you can quickly jump straight to it. Literally yesterday's video. Just needs me to provide 3 core alloys. It's about 750 gold for 10 artisans acuity. Oh no, because I don't have the recipe. Okay, do that one. No mats, no make is what's showing these. No mats, no make. Damn you, son of a bitch. Weaponsmithing hafted. I went blades. Fuck. Alright. That's my work orders done then. Now, one thing I have got a question is, do I continue shuffling on Disco Dave? Because I am still quite behind in terms of artisan's acuity, or potential artisan's acuity on this dude. I have to make that decision this week. Do I want to be hyper competitive, or am I content being a little bit competitive? We get 8 points. Is this sub-spec? Yeah. So 1 in there. Unlock the multi-craft node. Ooh, am I putting points in here or in here? This is a good question. This gives 3 to everything. So this gives me 3 points to multi-craft and resourcefulness. This is only going to give me 3 points to multi-craft. But it's going to give me plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. So the actual amount of multi-craft per point spent is the same until you get here when you're getting plus 10.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
So my maths brain tells me more multi-craft, more win. None of these are giving me any additional stat boosts. So more multi-craft, more win. Monty with the Prime, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I get the sense that even a goal-making streamer is at risk of burnout from all this shuffle-tastic stuff. Well, I've done it to max twice. And so my Jewel Crafter and my Tailor are basically min-maxed to within an inch of their lives. And I can tell you for certain that it wasn't really worth the journey. But yes, as a content creator, as somebody that streams, as somebody that does this a lot, I would point out it's actually it's weirdly enjoyable, but it's just very expensive. It's very expensive. I must have spent, well, I mean, it's not even a trade secret how much I've spent. I'm, 17 mil in the hole in the last week. 23 million in the hole overall. That's quite a mountain to climb out of. And it's likely to take many months to climb out of that hole before I even break even, potentially. Unless I can do some ludicrously wild things once the season launches. But I'm not expecting to be doing any more than 10% margins. I just hope to be able to sell in extreme volumes. I should point out, though, that this is also quite a lot of material investment as well. This isn't just the cost of leveling stuff. This is the fact that I've got quite some materials. Did you say 23 mil? Yeah, it's here. Minus 22,635,000 so far. I have, see, this is the thing for me, right? I did my absolute best, and I've tried my absolute best to tell everybody that this style of gameplay with professions is expensive, right? Expensive. So many people look at, oh, well, this dude is now making profit on selling his alloys. Yeah, because he spent 15 million gold getting to that point. It's expensive, and if you don't enjoy it and you're not willing to lose that gold in its entirety, I have never, in good faith, suggested anybody do it. But the game is the game, right? If you want to be as competitive as possible at crafting, that is the game. Weirdly, crafting is less about gold making and more about like player progression for me. If I make gold out the back of it, great, but it'll be a steady burn for me. Lost 20 mil on Dreaming Essence. Damn. Spicy. Welcome in, Golden, by the way. That's why I'm going slowly and mostly self-sufficient in the War Within. Yeah, most players, I recommend most players have one primary profession and then an alt or two that does gathering, and then that way you can supply yourself with your materials. I farmed it so it's free is a bit of a meme, but at least if you farm your own materials and funnel them into your own crafting profession, you technically can't really lose. Blizzard has changed crafting into its own standalone gearing system like Raids or Mythic Plus. I visualize it in a very similar way to that. Like, our first 2 weeks in the expansion is where crafters have their Mythic Plus, like their raids, like Mythic Raids season, right? It's all preparation, it's all planning, it's all getting things in line. Raiders out there are hunting down pre-raid bis and zerging reps and doing whatever they need to get prepared. This is what crafters are doing. Crafters are leveling things up, they're shuffling professions, they're rotating through multiple characters to, you know, spread the load a little bit. You know, that's the direction that crafters are going in right now. Farmers are out there spending 10 hours a day farming materials so that those crafters can go ahead and do those things. Farmers are making a bunch of gold right now. Probably because a lot of players use the first couple of weeks to farm a bunch of gold, because then when they go into the raid, it gets expensive for them, right? Farming up pre-raid bis and keeping yourself busy before the Mythic Plus season or the raid opens is, you know, it's just an enjoyable couple of weeks. But it's going to be in the next 2 to 4 weeks when all of these raiders, all of these Mythic Plus players are going to start spending their gold that they've potentially been farming up these last couple of weeks. And it's crafters that then hoover all of that up. This is why I have no issues with spending a huge amounts of gold right now. It was rough, but you got to get back on the horse, march on. Exactly. Exactly. There's only 20 points that go into here. I have 7 on me. Okay, this is 3 per point. 3 times 5 is 15 plus 10, so this is 25 points for 5 knowledge here. 25 points of multi-craft, which is definitely going to help. See, as far... The way I look at this right now is I am 10, 20, 30, 40 knowledge points short of where other blacksmiths could potentially be. Other blacksmiths that have shuffled deeper and harder have already made the artisan security to buy these. And those 10, 20, 30, 40 extra points go into filling this node. They go into filling this node, which is your resourcefulness. So you are gaining maximum resourcefulness, maximum multi-craft, and then you're probably filling this out as much as possible as well, giving you more multi-craft, more resourcefulness, more ever-burning forge. All of this is going into reducing the prices of your ingots. Sorry, alloys. I call them ingots all the time. I'm still stuck in flipping Shadowlands. Flipping Shadowghast ingots. Because as of right now, we're at 13% multi-craft and 9% resourcefulness. Before we pop a buff. So if I go grab a bunch of materials, I'm out of bismuth. Shit, am I legit out of Q3 bismuth? No, no way am I out of Q3 bismuth. It's just not on this character. Oh, it's all on my flipping Jawncrafter. So I will just buy some more.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
It's not a bad price. So if we... Okay, that's going to do that every time now. How are people selling the rank 3 sanctified for the same price as rank 2? Multi-craft, resourcefulness. Those people who are actually able to craft the sanctified alloys at guarantee it at max quality are also the same people that have a lot of multi-craft and a lot of resourcefulness. And those people are probably also not bothering crafting them at Q2 because they take tinder boxes, and tinder boxes are very expensive. Why would you waste your very expensive materials making this any less than max quality right now? You just wouldn't. So, as it stands right now, for example, with me not being able to produce these as totally reliably as I would like, I think I'm actually looking at a day trade price of negative profits. But if I had those extra 30 points, this number would go from -9 to probably +15 based on the extra multi-craft, the extra resourcefulness. So this is the thing. Those who have more stats win. Those who have more stats win. And the way you get more stats right now is you get more knowledge points. The way you get more knowledge points is you get more artisan security. The way you get more artisan security is you shuffle through professions like a moron. Anybody that's not able to guarantee these at quality 3 is probably then looking at producing them at quality 2 instead and trying to optimize their price at producing them at quality 2. Or maybe they're logging on each day, they're taking the slightly cheaper crafting cost, but it's really not that much cheaper because the difference between a Q2 and a Q3 alloy is like 1,000 gold, and they're using their concentration instead. This isn't the way I'd... And they're probably hoping for a multi-craft proc off the back of that. They're gambling, basically. Most blacksmiths out there are probably best off trying to supply the core alloy market, honestly. Because you can take Q1 bismuth and make Q2 core alloys pretty comfortably. But then, by the looks of things, actually, Q2 crafted alloys also super cheap. Yeah. Once again, more stats, wins. Those people who've already got the stats, holding the market hostage, basically. Goblins doing goblin things. Shuffling's cringe. It ruined professions, in my opinion. Basically quit the war with him because of it. It's, I agree with you. I don't particularly like the shuffle, but that is what the game is now. I would also point out that crafting is always hyper competitive. The thing is, though, is you don't necessarily need to have shuffled to make gold. You just, because you could very easily do basically none of this, spend no gold, and just take some basic materials and use concentration every day on a few crafts. Blacksmiths are gonna, you know, you could easily spec into making weapons, profession equipment, gear, fill some work orders, make a little bit of gold there, sell your concentration to people via work orders for a bit of a premium to craft things at slightly higher quality there. It's like, I'm highlighting a lot of what are probably the most competitive markets. You can still have a lot of fun and you can still make a bunch of profit without being in the hyper competitive markets. If it goes on the region-wide auction house, expect it to be strong competition. If it's a service-based thing, like crafting armor, like crafting weapons for people, making the profession tools and things, this is service-based stuff. So your profit comes from your dedication to find people to fill orders for. But it doesn't have anywhere near as high of a skill ceiling or an upfront investment, because your concentration can do a lot more for you in the service markets. The issue is a lot of people looked at things like alloys and ingots and bolts and stuff. They looked at those as easy to get into markets, maybe without realizing that they're actually the most hyper competitive markets at the same time. You didn't need a lot of knowledge points, didn't need a lot to get into a reasonable position with some of these sort of intermediate markets, but they're so hyper competitive at the top end that margins get squished super quickly. And I think a lot of people dived into markets like these thinking that they would be the easier ones, when honestly the easier ones is anything that is work order based, because your concentration can do a lot more of the work for you. Do I have any of these already? I do. I'm going to craft another one of these, and I'm going to do a few core alloy crafts right now. I went to the auction house to buy some bismuth. Did I not buy any? Hang on. Did I not buy any flipping bismuth? I'm too busy chatting, aren't I? Or was it just in my mailbox? I did buy some. I know I bought some. Right, let's get a bunch of those made. I just went and bought 1,000 bismuth, so I should get 100 core alloys out of that bismuth, plus or minus any multi-craft and resourcefulness procs. I think I spent 185k on the ore. So let's see what value we get out of these ingots after we've crafted them. Because I'm not trusting craft sim numbers at all. We're gaining 45 ingenuity, but 80 multi-craft and 45 resourcefulness from our ever-burning ignition right now. Small number of degens who have shuffled like crazy with optimal planning and they've crashed all the profit margins. But that's their prerogative to do, right? That's them putting in the effort, spending the time in the first place, investing heavily into their own professions, and by keeping the market prices out the range of other crafters, it protects their initial investment. That's just smart. It's not exploiting, it's not abusing. That's just smart gameplay. If you plan ahead and you put yourself in a position to craft something at a profit and then close the walls off to other people, that's what goblineering is. The last thing you want to do is open your doors to more competition. Just think how much people hate cancel scanning. You know how much people hate cancel scanning? Like, the way to remove any necessity for cancel scanning is to not be overly greedy with your profit margins and let other people in. Do you think people who push for like rank 1 arena ratings let people beat them? No. They stack consumables, they stack advantages, they hyper optimize their class, they learn their specs inside out, they run the best comps they possibly can, so that every single arena rating they do, they dumpster on their competition to stay ahead. The auction house and crafting is just as player versus player as arenas. And there are people that want those rank 1 ratings. And you know what those rank 1 ratings are? Big, dirty piles of gold. I don't understand comments like that. It's a market. You do what is necessary to remove as much of your competition as possible. You either join in the game or you're out. It's simple. It's PvP. It's player versus player, isn't it? That's it. Like, it's player versus player. Exactly. The one thing that the one thing that is different from Dragonflight to the War Within, though, is that we're in a position now where all of the sweaty goblins get to play in their own league at the top. Every one of the sweaty goblins is playing in their own little league, and what they're doing is they're fighting against each other over the 5% margins on guaranteeing quality 3 crafts. So like endgame crafting is where all the sweaty goblins are, and that's where they'll all sit and they'll all play. Goblins who have the 100 plus 40 build, the ones that are hyper optimizing their knowledge points and pushing via shuffling, they're all competing against each other. But General Joe can still come along, get some basic materials, not do any of this, but use their concentration and cheaper materials to produce the same items that those sweaty goblins are doing. Admittedly, they cannot do it at anywhere near the quantity that the sweaty goblins are doing, but there's also then 20 other markets that are ripe and available for those players, right? If you're pushing to this degree, you basically don't care about anything that doesn't have a quality 3 symbol next to it. you're buying only quality 3 mats. You're not producing quality 2 or quality 1 items. You are entirely focused on hyper optimizing the top quality stuff. General Joe can come in and supply the lower needed markets all day long and still make plenty of gold. It's the same level as you see out in the real world in terms of the fact that people are not happy with some profit. People are not happy with making some gold. If they're not able to make all the gold, they call bullshit on it and call it unfair.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Do I use these core alloys to produce... What's the price looking like on Iron Claws and Charged? I'm thinking there's more value in using these alloys for something else than there is in selling them directly right now. I might be able to squeeze out some love from turning them into Iron Claws. $2.5 on Charged. 2.7 on Iron Claws. There's really not a lot. See, this is my point, right? There's really not a lot of these ingots about, full stop. I might just sit on these for a minute. I might sit on these till later. This evening is where the prices might go wild. Let me go grab a drink, hang on. Okay, we're back. Took a quick bathroom break while we're at it. Thought it was probably smart. Cheers, boys and girls. Got the Monster Loco on the go today. Probably not that smart considering my throat, or well, my voice is busted, but... Timanthius's original point, if you went ham on the shuffle, you are more or less quote-unquote done with shuffling. I can try and rinse and repeat on a secondary profession, but that one is behind due to a primary funnel. Well, that's it, right? Once you get it done, it's done. And that means that from that point onwards, any profit you can make on that profession is firstly going to recuperate whatever your initial cost was. But it also means that you can then move on and potentially even look at doing it again if you're crazy enough to. It's the long tail of it, really, more than anything else. It's the long tail of that you get it done nice and quickly, and then if you're consistent with that profession for a long time, you'll slowly but surely, you know, small profits on lots of items over a period of weeks will not only make back not only will it make back what you probably spent up front, but it will make you more on top, and simultaneously you'll also you'll also take the lion's share of the profits in the early days as well. Slowly use it for the secondary profession tools, books, etc., but no need to rush that as it's already behind. That's where you'd spin up a secondary profession that just uses concentration, and any acuity you get passively over time, you can. I mean, for example, on a couple of my professions, I'm already thinking about crafting second profession tools, so that I can have a multi-craft one and a resourcefulness one, because I've finished the shuffle. There's nothing extra that I need to spend the artisan's acuity on now. So I can then use any that I get on, you know, diversifying my build when necessary. I can use it to pick up some of the recipes that I might not own. Just makes life a little bit easier in that regard. There's 2 treasures I need to go farm out on this dude. We're not doing that anytime soon. At 255, I'm remarkably close. Well, I could technically actually go get my first book, couldn't I? No reason not to.
Choose wisely.
Let's make sure I buy it for the right profession here. Blacksmithing. Should have probably done that before I made all those ingots, to be fair, but, you know, you live and you learn. Yeah, that's another 30, 40. That's another 50 multi-craft points. Definitely should have done that first. Let's just slap all of those points in there. Goal making is a marathon, not a sprint. Not everybody holds the entire expansion. Well, it's a sprint into it's definitely a race. It's definitely a race. And if you look at it from the perspective of there being a prize pool for that race, whoever crosses the finish line first, second, and third is likely to get a big percentage of that prize pool. If you cross the finish line 500th, there might not be much of that prize pool left for you. So in that regards, it's a bit of a sprint, but equally, the race repeats itself every day, and every week, and every patch. So yes, if you play the long game, you can still do all right. Do we go look at doing some engineering stuff this week on this dude? Let me get my primary profession stuff done. I can look at any shuffle candidates in secondary professions after we've done those. We've actually already done tailoring today. Let's look at leatherworking. Quick question, are you aware of there being a thaumaturgy resource out there somewhere? Drizzling Rose has a really nice Miro board. I don't actually have a link to it, but if either she's lurking or somebody has the link to it, feel free to share it. Oh god, I don't want that on the screen. Let's turn that WeCore off. Oh, there's a strong chance you can maybe Google it.
The winds guide you. Winds be at your back. May the eternal sun shine.
There we go. Cheerful Profits got you. Alright, so where are we with this dude? Leatherworking. I've really not focused on leatherworking much yet. I've had my attention clearly on other places. But I'm in a good position all the same. I do need... We've got our 60 points in here. We'll cap this today. We'll cap this today, which will give us more multi-craft bonus. We will then hopefully be able to get to 15 here. 10, 15 points, start unlocking. Resourcefulness node. Yeah, okay. Guild message needs an update. It does. It does. You're absolutely right. I need to be on the right character to do that. One thing that's annoyed me is I still haven't been able to promote my own alts. Woo, do you have a reasonably consistent main character that's in the guild? I see you on your Dentag character quite frequently. I'm looking for a couple of people that are more trusted, who can do some of that sort of admin stuff occasionally if it's needed. I might put some messages out in the Discord later, even if it's simple things like, you know, just inviting people when you see the button flashing. I'm not always on the right characters, and for some reason the game won't let me give officer to my own alts. I don't know why. $14 work orders, Jesus. Oh, hang on, we haven't got that add-on, have we? I wonder if anybody has 230 knowledge points in alchemy yet. Being able to convert rank 1s to 2s without concentration would be nutty. Alchemists have not hit 160 yet. I can confirm that. They're close though. I think some alchemists are probably quite close. I haven't done the exact numbers. I think alchemists need next resets worth of knowledge points to hit 160. 160 is important because that's the first time people will be able to guarantee flasks at Q3. But yeah, they've not nowhere near 230. Nowhere near 230 yet. Right then. Oh my god, look at all the knowledge points here. Shame we're not going to be able to do all of these. That one, I haven't got the recipe. This one, don't have the recipe. Ley fused hide we can craft. I need some ley line residue. Oh, it's all on characters. None of it's on the flipping. None of it's in the war bank.
My directive is to serve you. My directive has been fulfilled.
Is that it? Are we good? Quality 2, quality 2. Yeah, go. Done. It's one order. Rolling Thunderstrike Talons. We don't have that either. Why do I have no Gloom Kiting? Eh? Oh, there's a shitload of it in the war bank. Some of you, some of you, some of you, some of you. Some of you, some of you, some of you, some of you, some of you. Let's grab all the things I might need. Put it all back in after. Probably won't need half of this, but we can dump it all back in a minute. You watch, the one thing I don't take out will be the one thing I then need. Let's not use the top stuff, please. Let's not go crazy now. Q3. Oh, you didn't provide the sunless carapace. Cheeky son of a... Okay, have a basic one. Bagnator reminder, awesome add-on. Let me get these work orders done, and then I'll have a look at that. I've been poked to use that one a few times. Hang on, let me just filter out the unlearned ones. Some easy artisan's acuity here. For the cost of 2,000 gold. Well, hang on. It's not going to cost 2,000 gold, is it? Let's not be silly here. For the cost of 600 gold, we're getting 30. That's fair. I'll go with that. Quality 3. Didn't provide anything, you absolute scumbag. Huh, Myco Bloom. Myco Bloom. One of the things I would never have thought to have taken out. Have I got any Q1 Myco Bloom? Oh shit, broke the place. Is there any money to go bag crafting with tailoring? Oh, I assume so. Bags always sell. One thing I would say with tailoring is the bag market probably looks broken, but that's because a lot of people have leveled tailoring by mass producing bags and they're probably just selling them off for free. But bags is always a win. Always a win. The profession bags as well will probably be a long game moneymaker for tailors, since you'll find public orders for those every day. People will always be putting in orders for those. And the tips will be, you know, quite random, but... Ah, fuck off, game. Oh, at least you gave me the hide. You gave me the hide, but you want it at Q3. I've not used my concentration on anything here, but we're going to have to anyway. So if we're going to have to anyway, I'd rather use 106. Well, I mean, I guess we don't technically have to. I'm not using these for anything else, I suppose. Let's go. We saved the Thunderous Hide. Okay, sure. Right, that's all the patron orders I can fill, because these ones I don't have the recipes for. The only one that's going to annoy me is this one, because it's a PvP recipe, and Arguably, I could buy the recipe off the auction house. It's 2 knowledge points, though. I don't know. We'll think about that one. Have I got scribe book? No scribe book? Wait, hang on. Lies. There it is. I got 18 of the damn things. I knew that was a lie. Just a few work orders. So what do we get knowledge point wise? 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. Do you think it's harder to earn gold on a very low pop server? Is it worth selling elsewhere? Almost no crafting orders. I don't really recommend people play on low pop servers unless you have a really, really, really good reason to. It's entirely possible to have fun by yourself, but it's usually easier to have fun where everybody else is. And that's how I feel about realm population, honestly. If you play on the big servers, there's more people. Where there's more people, players will want more stuff. Means that there is at the very least more opportunity. Whether you can take advantage of that opportunity or not is on you, but there is definitely at least more opportunity. You should gather on low pop realms. It doesn't mean you need to be on a low pop realm though, because you can always get server sharded if you're clever. Why was I in the auction house? I was in the auction house for a reason. I can't remember what it was. I was going to look at that PvP recipe, wasn't I? Recipes. I don't know what the recipe was for starters. Competitor's chain cowl.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
Oh, that's not going to show me the recipe though, is it? No. 22k for the recipe. I don't really want to pay 22k plus whatever it's going to cost me to make the damn thing just for 2 knowledge points. If I was on something like tailoring, I would have probably considered it because I've pushed that profession much harder. Leatherworking, on the other hand, probably not for me. So these 11 points is going to cap out our ability to do multi-craft stuff nicely. It should also push us closer to being able to spec into waste not, which requires us to use. Yeah, we need to get here. So 4 more knowledge points until we get there, which is 2 treasures. 2 treasures plus those 2 annoying ones. Oh, 210. No, we've got the artisan's acuity to go buy our first book. How do you justify not spending 20k when you're already down 17 mil? Well, because if I did everything, I wouldn't be down 17 mil. I'd be down 25 mil.
We will have justice.
So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4. in there. That gives us the sub-spec. We go into resourcefulness. Because screw you, concentration. And then we put all our points in here. That's 15 resourcefulness points plus another 30. That's 45 bonus resourcefulness. Nice. That's going to really help with crafting some of these. That's going to really help other places as well. Cool. Leatherworking's coming together nicely. I'm already ahead of schedule as far as I'm concerned with leatherworking. In terms of I wanted... My overall goal, right, for a lot of these professions was just to have this sorted, right? I wanted my 100 plus 40 build ready for the season launch. Then that means at least I know that I'm at least somewhat competitive in endgame crafting recipes once the season launches. Am I hyper optimized? Probably not, but I can at least guarantee things at quality 3 when the prices are right. So it's kind of like, this is what I consider your sort of ticket into endgame crafting, really. Let me put all these resources back in the war bank, though. Because I had to steal a bunch of other random stuff.
My directive is to serve you.
My poor war bank. It was neat and tidy once upon a time. Right, inscription. Just bought 10k Storm Dust at Q3. Either a big win or an epic failure. I think Storm Dust is... I don't think Storm Dust has quite hit its cheapest point yet. But I also don't know exactly when it is that the big enchanters out there are going to turn around and decide that they want it all. Yeah, alright, Woo, I'm on it. I'm doing it. Hang on. What's it called? Baganator. Oh, it's made by Plus Mouse. Huh, okay, cool. Plus Mouse makes Auctionator, by the way. Plus the point blank sniper and bunch of other add-ons. He's a bit of a goat. Oh, hello, what's this? Decide which kind of bag you want. This can be changed later. Category groups or just a single bag? Group items by type. Which features to add? Oh, okay. The fact that I don't have to configure it means I might actually keep it. A long time ago, I had a big rant about bag add-ons. In that I don't think something like your bags should require a highly customizable multi-button flip-in add-on. But that was one button, and it looks better than it did before. So I'm willing to roll with that. You'll probably think that I don't like those categories, but they're totally customizable, many options. Now go check the war bank. Or is it going to get me all juicy inside? I'm going to need a change of pants after this.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Damn, son. An everything tab? Yo! An everything tab. Look at my outrageous warbank. That's pretty sick, actually. That's going to mean that I can harvest items pretty quickly and easily. Can I still do what? Inscription. Boom. Claimed. No cycling through tabs. That's pretty smart, you know. Actually, we might keep that one about, you know. My warbank is still empty. Check the options. So much you can do. I kind of don't want to. If it doesn't work out the box, I don't want to do it. But the fact that you can customize it is cool. Layouts. Themes. Icons. Auto-opening. Sorting. Changing all the categories. Yeah, that's kind of cool. We'll leave that as it is. Man has half of the EU mats. I honestly don't have that much. I don't have anywhere near as much as I will end up with by the end of the week. Inscription. Whoa, easy now. Let's go get our work order quest first.
The winds guide you.
Considering I'm getting like 500 questions a day about certain week orders and add-ons, I might put together a little survival guide for add-on survival guide for goblins. I might wait a day or two until my voice is fixed before doing more YouTube content, or I might just YOLO it. I don't even know. Well, to be fair, there's bunch of you sat here listening to me now, so even though I probably sound like death, I'm not dying, it's just my voice is busted. The downside of streaming too much. I'm not jewel crafting. So right, what we got going on with old Scribbly boy here? Scribbling, we got the 100 plus 40 build. We are elbow deep into inks and milling and the likes. Full 90 points in here right now. The next 30 is probably going to be funneled into ciphers, I guess. I honestly haven't actually decided where the next points are going. They could very well be going into pursuit of knowledge, actually, by the looks of things. This is resourcefulness. This is multi-craft. Yeah. It might be. How many points do we need to have both of these unlocked? Subspec of your choice at 15 points. Our next 15 points might go in here, you know. 15 points in here will then unlock multi-craft. It will then unlock resourcefulness. And then 60 points in here to fill these out. Yeah. That will mean that we can both mill and ink produce at super duper mega levels. The question is, do I want to push into making these reagents first? Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. What's this? Somebody wants a mixing rod. I can't make that at Q5 like you want. Otherwise I would. I can only do Q4. Even with concentration, I can only do Q4. We are missing our no mats, no make add-on. Dibs on his gold when he dies from speaking too much. By the time I die from speaking too much, I won't have any gold left. There'll be nothing to claim. Inscription is a good secondary one for alts. You get 100 out of 100 just making the books, and then doing all of the NPC crafting orders boosts your main with Acuity, etc. Yeah, pretty solid feeder profession. Enchanting's another one. You don't get as many work orders with enchanting, but the fact that the weekly knowledge point's a piece of piss, you just disenchant a bunch of stuff. Dibs on his reagent tab. Look, stop claiming dibs on my death. It's not happening. Right, let's remove the frustration first by getting rid of the unlearned recipes. Now let's see who wants what. 12 knowledge points up for grabs there. If we can complete everything. Few of these are going to require concentration to do. Let's go knowledge points first, though. Missive of the Fever Flare provided absolutely nothing, and you want it at Q3. What a bag of dicks. That's going to require not only Q3 materials, but it's also going to require concentration, because I've not spec'd into missives. That's annoying. Let's come back to that one. Oh my god, the same problem again. Same problem again. Stupid missives, man. Right, there's a harmonious one at Q2. We can do Q2. Oh, you provided the ink, so I can't even put a Q3 ink in there. Flipping hell. Okay, we can do that. What's the cost of one of these? 2.5. Oh, that's expensive. Resourcefulness, resourcefulness, resourcefulness. Never lucky. Rolling pin. Couple of codifieds. Some boundless ciphers. Hang on. Oh, that's actually juicy, that is. That's so... If I get rid of all these stupid Dark Moon cards, that's going to make that really good. Oh, I'm not messed about with that now. I think I make Q2s of these by default anyway, so that's fine. Go. Knowledge. You just straight up want a codified. Arathi Spear. Oh, did that not take out herbs? Or do I not have any herbs? Oh, inscription doesn't highlight the herbs. Oh, oh, okay. That's where this differs then. Normally, if I do inscription, it will show me all the herbs as well. With the default UI. At least I can see them relatively easily. Wait, what? Have I still not got any of these? I got 270 Arathi Spear. Where have they gone? Maybe I didn't actually take them out. Oh, you want it at Q2? Miserable son of a... There we go. Dawnweave Bolt at Q2 shot up in price. There's so many markets out there that are absolutely primed for a reset, purely because the quantities are actually quite small on them. And anybody that's serious about that profession can probably hoover up 80% of all the supply in one go. There's a bunch of stuff that's going to go on like that the next few days. You want this at Q4, and you only provided the artisan security. Ha. That is a indication that this is going to be expensive. 15 boundless ciphers. Oh, I get bent. You ain't getting that for 15 ciphers. That's outrageous. Okay. Let's harvest some of the artisan security then. Missing spores? Oh, I'm just actually missing spores. No Mats, No Make is doing the patron order reagents thing. The Warband Bank add-on is called Bagnator. I am 100% going to need to make an add-on in WeakAura's video, aren't I? 100%.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Shit, why was I here? Spores.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Do I suspect the price of tier 3 mats will go up? No idea. It's entirely dependent on how many people need and how many get consumed. The laws of supply and demand. There's a strong chance they might, but I have access to the same crystal ball everybody else does. I'm going to have to use a better quality... I'll just use concentration on this. These are a pain in the ass. These are a pain in the ass. Let's get this one done. Didn't provide anything. Let me make some ciphers. Do I know if crafting is cross-realm? What do you mean? Reagents are sold cross... Are you talking about orders? Work orders are not cross-realm. You can only do cross-realm orders if you're within a guild. Guild orders are cross-realm. No, not that one. The one that gives me artisan security. There we go. Q3 rolling pin. We can probably do a Q3 rolling pin without too much effort. For the cost of a cipher, we get a Q3 rolling pin. That'll do. I need to decide if I want to do any of these now. They're going to require me to use Q3 materials and concentration. I can technically guarantee Q3 inks now. Which ones do I need? Apricot ink. Apricot inks. Q3. I need some Q3 lure drop pigments. So lure drop Q3. I need some more lure drop Q3.
My directive is to serve you.
Shit, that bed. What happened to this? Boom. Damn, nearly 40k for only 100 herbs. Jesus.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
What's the flask called to see the hidden ores? True Vial of True Sight, I think. Right, we need some lure drop pigment, so we've got to smush some lure drop. Let's double check that we... Okay, this is another one of those scenarios where I went into multicraft on my tool, but resourcefulness is actually the play here. At least I've got the full resourcefulness enchant at least. Kin hell, are these things? Sheesh, pigments alone are like 300 gold a piece. Damn, son. Apricot inks, big boys. Multicraft through the roof, go. Oh, it's only a crafting speed buff. Go on, I want to see a multi-craft. I want to see a multi-craft. Big, juicy multi-craft. Go on, multi-craft. Go on, multi-craft. Never lucky. Okay, we tried. What was I doing? I'm so distracted. One of these. So there's me Q3 inks. I'm going to have to use Q3 ink. Oh, hang on. Let me make... If I'm going to use concentration anyway, I might as well. Whoa! 324 concentration. Sheesh. Do we take it down to 264? It's an entire day's worth of concentration making one flipping missive for 2 knowledge points. We're going to have to do the same again here, aren't we? Is this exactly the same situation again? It is. Oh, I need a Q3 cipher now. Oh, I can't guarantee Q3 ciphers yet, can I? Stinky. Maybe I'll just buy one of these then at Q3. Because I can't actually make one. These 2 knowledge points are getting expensive.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
What was I looking for? These things. Oh my god, they're 4K a piece. Whoa, 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 hang on. On the phone? Where have all of these gone? Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
My directive has been...
Oh, the game's going to be so broken in a few days. When the season actually launches and all of these things just get stripped from existence. This is why it seems ridiculous just how much effort I'm putting into getting things set up right now. But soon as the season launches, that's in essence what we're going to do. We're going to scout for things that have been reset, and then we're going to craft a bunch of them, and then we're going to profit from them. But you want to put yourself in a position to be able to do that. Concentrate, Q3. Go. I can't actually go anywhere near this mixing rod one, unfortunately. Right, there's inscription work order complete as well.
How may I aid you? Walk with the earth.
Use my book for the week. Don't mind if I do. Is that all apart from going out and finding some treasures? Okay, it's 4 more knowledge points by running around picking up some treasures, which I will do at some point. 145 artisans acuity, that's not enough to do anything special yet. We need at least 200, I think, to buy our book. Maybe we look at spending some knowledge points. Okay, this is actually where it's question time. Do I go into ciphers? I need 30 points in here before I can make the ciphers. And in turn, the codified Greenwoods. I need points in here before I can make these better. In fact, I'm also going to need a further 30 points by the looks of things in Pursuit of Knowledge. No, that's a price optimization, not a skill. Multitasking is more multi-craft, more resourcefulness, more ingenuity. I think I need to stick in my lane. I'm pretty sure at this point I should stick in my lane of milling and ink crafting. Am I seeing 70? Yeah, you are, yeah. I've got a few backed up. I had to make these to level the flipping thing to 100. But I will probably never have to make another one of these ever again. Yeah, going into reagents is spreading myself too wide. I probably want to start now I've got inks and milling done. I now probably want to put points in here so that I can optimize both the milling and the ink production. Screw you, ingenuity, you're stinky. But we want enough points in here to unlock both of these, which is 15. Subspec 15. I have 13. 1 treasure will get this unlocked. Or I just go straight into multicraft right now. You need an exclamation mark add-ons command. Well, if I make a video that highlights all of these questions that people have, and then that command can link straight to it. Yeah. Putting the points here first is technically the right answer. Because 13 points, let's just call it 15 because I've got some a treasure to go and get. 15 points in here is going to give me, what's that, 3 multicraft per point. So 15 points would be 45 base multicraft plus whatever I get from these, which is a 25% boost to the quantity produced when multicraft procs. A further 15, so that pushes it up to 60. 50% additional goods. 75, yeah, I've got to put all the points in here. 75 additional multicraft plus 50% more yield. Massive. Massive on price. That's huge. That's big dick. We slap them in there. That's going to massively improve my ability to make inks at a competitive price. It's difficult to use the auction house to gauge the prices of these because you naturally do not really buy pigments.
My directive is to serve you.
Oh. You're going to do this every time.
I've calibrated my prices
you are.
to be reasonable.
Fuck's sake.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
No, you're going to be a dick. Okay. Alright, well trust me when I say that's going to really help with making inks. But I'm still trying to work through getting my weekly activities done and out the way. We are 145. We need 700 and some in to buy the rest of these books, which isn't happening anytime soon unless I do more shuffling. How would you put a price on your concentration as a high-end armor crafter? I wouldn't put a price on it. I would negotiate every deal. What you can easily do when it comes to crafting for people is when my first recommendation is don't put any price in your trade whisper or your trade bark, sorry. So that when people whisper you to say, can you, like, they've maybe seen your trade bark and they're like, yeah, can you make this at this quality? You go, yes. What price do you charge? And then this is when you come in with a very simple phrase, which is, I usually charge this because I'm using concentration. Is that okay? And you pick a number that's big, right? You say, I usually charge this because I'm using concentration. Is that okay? Those 3 words at the end are vital, by the way. Is that okay? They're either going to come back and say yes, or they're going to say that's a bit expensive. Can you do it for this? And there you go. That's the start of your negotiation. If they just flat out say no or call you a dick, then move on. It doesn't matter. Genuinely doesn't matter. Pick a number that you're happy with. Say, I usually charge this. Is that okay? Some people will say yes. Some people will say no. Some people will come back with a counter offer. And then you're in a negotiation. And if you find a price that you're both happy with, do the deal. I'm struggling to set that usual price. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's an anchor. All you're doing is this is why the number has to be big. Your usual price is not actually your usual price. Your usual price is a big number that if anybody ever turns around and says yes to, it's like Christmas. So your usual price should be like 100k, 150, something huge, something ridiculous, something that you don't really expect people to pay. But, you know, sometimes you'll surprise yourself. Sometimes people will be so desperate for that piece of gear that they'll go, okay, cool. Because you got to remember, if you're not good at negotiating, other people are not good at negotiating. Some people don't want to be ordering gear via work orders, but they do it because they absolutely have to. And they're sometimes very happy that they've just found somebody that will craft for them in the first place. And then they'll pay what that person asks. So it's really simple, you know. I usually charge this, is that okay? And like I said, those last 3 words at the end of that sentence are probably the 3 most important words. Because if you just say, I usually charge 100k, press enter, that's a very stern, a very cold, a very internet way of talking. But those 3 words at the end, is that okay, softens the entire deal and opens people up to negotiation. So pick a big number. Pick a big number that you'd be super happy with if anybody ever turned around and say yes to automatically. And then get into a negotiation with people. I'm not personally a big fan of doing work orders because it's far too much like playing customer service, and I just don't want to, but I've got a very strong history of both sales and marketing behind me, so I enjoy the psychology of this sort of stuff, and I definitely see people do it well, and I definitely see people do it poorly. Got to be car salesman, get the FOMO juices flowing. Well, the funny thing is with concentration, you kind of can. You can be like, oh, okay, I can do this, but I've only got so much concentration left. You're gonna need to make sure you supply quality 3 materials. And if you can send me the order quickly, I can get it done for you. Don't give people time to think. Like, get the materials, put it in. Put your resourcefulness tool on, craft away. I should also point out that whether you're using concentration or not doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Even if you don't need to use concentration, even if you can guarantee it, tell people you're using concentration. Because they don't know. They 100% don't know. They've got no way of seeing. But concentration is your bargaining tool, your justification for the fee, for the commission, for the tip. Because people out there will understand concentration as something that is limited. Now, it's a little bit different, like, you know, if somebody's streaming or something, you can clearly see. But, like, under normal circumstances, you know, every single crafter out there that's doing work orders should claim that every craft that they do is using concentration. Realistically, there's not many people out there that can actually guarantee quality 5 fully min-max stuff anyway. I'm sure there's a few people per realm that can, but the reality is even they would be smart to tell everybody that they have to use concentration on every craft. And this, like I said, the simple phrase, I usually charge this, is that okay? Question mark. It's very rare in sales that you actually ask what's known as an open question, a question where a yes or a no answer could be thrown back at you. But this is actually a good place to use an open question. I charged 100k for the lariat craft a whole afternoon long. Made 18 mil. There we go. Just bang them out. Craft, 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 craft. There were people only charging 10k for max rank on all gear. Back at the start of Dragonflight, we were around 50k. The only way you know what they're charging for the most part, I'd assume, is the fact that they've told you in their trade bark. Those people are losing gold massively. How does the Twitch drop thing work through? It doesn't. You have to watch on YouTube, on Twitch, unfortunately. Twitch drops are on the Twitch platform only. I know I multi-stream on both, but the supporter streamer and the drops, you have to watch on Twitch. Then I got sick of bargaining with people. Never again. Yeah, I mean, if something like an elemental lariat turned up, I'd do it for a few days just to, like, cream off the top, but under normal circumstances, I don't go anywhere near work orders. I've got my tailoring sorted, so now I can do the profession gear at Q5 with no concentration. That's pretty spicy. That's pretty cool. There is a new lariat. It's called the Binding of Binding. Well, we don't really know how many people actually want that yet. It's a rare recipe. It's a rare recipe, but that doesn't matter if nobody wants it. It's certainly not looking like it's first or second on the craft list for many classes. It might be on their list, but it might be like third or fourth down the list. Only healers are wanting it. I mean, I don't know the full ins and outs of it, but it's only spicy and it's only pricey right now because it's a little bit difficult to come by, and there's a weird amount of hype around it. The price is actually outrageous for it, by the way, considering how many of them there actually are on the EU. We looked at it yesterday, and there was like over 500 recipes on the auction house across the EU, which means that you shouldn't be paying more than 100k for it, really. There's probably recipes that are a fraction of that price where there's less of them. It's a bit hyped, that one. It's a bit of a bubble. Don't believe the hype. Have I done everything I need to do on my scribe? Can I move to the next character? I think I have, short of flying around picking up treasures, which we're not doing right now. We went into here. I need to obviously do some crafting, but this session is not about crafting things to sell. This session's about getting the knowledge points and stuff sorted for the week, seeing where we are. This is also going to give me a really good indication of what is going to be achievable by the time the season launches for me. Because I've basically got one round of patron orders before the season starts now on a lot of these characters. One round of patron orders will fill this node and maybe start putting some points in here to unlock the resourcefulness node. So I'm not going to be hyper optimized on inks. Probably not going to be hyper optimized, but will be competitive at least, I think. I should probably start looking at picking up some herbs and what have you. Right, let's jump to... I think we've got enchanting next. Enchanting. Just finished setting up my disenchanter. Kind of regret it, but my other enchanter can make rank 3 oil without concentration, so hopefully I make gold back on reset. How do you regret it? You basically can't lose. Disenchanting spec enchanters basically can't lose. Because that is the only source, excluding some funky alchemy way of getting storm dust. That's basically the only source for enchanting materials. Admittedly, it's kind of like farming. You just have to stand there and do it for hours on end. But under normal circumstances, you'll get paid every hour. And if you then have another use for the enchanting mats, you've got 2 ways to win. Oh wait, no, hang on. Silly me. This is enchanting. We don't... oh my god, I've just realised, enchanting, I don't even have my profession maxed out yet. Oh dear, slacking with enchanting myself. Talking of such. We are still short on getting our 3rd piece of gear. This is because this thing cost even more than I was expecting it to. We're 75 away though. That shouldn't be that bad, should it? Yeah, I need to do my Darkmoon Fair quests as well. Even if it's just for the knowledge points and artisan security. See if we've got anything going on in here first. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Let's fix add-ons. All the Myco Bloom just disappeared from the EU auction house. All the Myco... Well, I suppose it's a good one to stranglehold. Just think of the fact that every single alchemy craft pretty much needs it. This week's going to be wild on materials, you know. Actually wild. Everybody trying to stock up on materials for next week. And the week after and the week after. No knowledge points. Oh, game. Oh, what? I've been stiffed. Not a single knowledge point from any of these. Oh, Lord.
The coreway must be protected.
20 dust.
Communication initiated.
Do I have any dust on me? This is dangerous because it steals whichever dust it wants.
We will continue speaking.
I'll land that in a minute. I need some residue, and I need some storm dust. There is no way I'm out of storm dust. Where's all my storm dust? It's all on my tailor. Alright, let's go fix that real quick. The irony that all my storm dust is on tailoring and not on enchanting.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Oh shit, we're in Team Paul all of a sudden. Whoops. Oh, my voice is so broken.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your patronage.
I heard knowledge points show up more if you were behind, like an equalizer mechanic. Well, they have claimed that patron orders are going to be a catch-up system for players. I'm yet to see it. but the knowledge points you gain from patron orders, the glimmers. There's also flickers, which are single knowledge point items, which I suspect is what will be the catch-up mechanic. But I've not seen anybody say that they've seen any yet, so I'm not convinced that it's switched on even. He's only 500 gold apiece. Jesus.
Return and peruse.
Yeah, there's meant to be some catch-up mechanic, but we'll have to wait and see how it actually plays out. Actually, I'm also running the risk of this stealing my quality 3 dust again, isn't it? It does specifically say quality 1 there. Please don't steal my quality 3.
Return if you wish to speak again.
Oh no, it did take the quality 1. Good. Good, 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 good. Ha! I didn't buy the ley line residue I was meant to. Whoops. Have we got some in the war bank? Oh, you want this at Q2? Son of a... I've got a lot of these because I've leveled Inscription on this toon as well. And this is just an easy way to level Inscription. Oh, am I now out of spores? Jesus. I bet I don't have spores in here, do I? I don't. I need to put some spores in the war bank. Devs have said that they're going to implement knowledge catch-up mechanics quote-unquote early, which implies not at the start. My crafters who missed last week's knowledge gains have not seen anything extra yet. No, I also think that the only catch-up is going to be for the knowledge points that you can obtain via patron orders. So if you miss patron orders, you might be able to catch up on those. There's not really any indication that there's any way to catch up on world gained knowledge points. So your treasures, for example, your weekly disenchanting, your weekly quests for completing work orders, I'm not sure there's going to be any catch up for those sources. So I'm still living by the theory that there isn't really catch up. And if I want to be competitive with that profession, I need to keep on top of it. Nope, not glow spores.
My directive has been fulfilled.
I genuinely think, though, if people are relying on catch-up this early in the expansion, then it's like, okay, sure. I don't know what to say. Why do they always want these at Q2? Forcing me to use Q2 Storm Dust all the time. Oh, dude provided everything. I don't have a list of add-ons, no. I am going to do an add-on video because I must have been asked 500 times just today what my add-ons are and what weak auras I'm using. Expect that to be today's, if not tomorrow's video. Have we got some cheap gear to disenchant? That lot will probably do. There's 5. Where's my big boy one? Give me the big juicy one. There it is. Okay. 320 artisans acuity. There we go. Wonderful. That is my last upgrade for enchanting. Actually, I'm Blood Elf. I've got 6 more points to gain. I'd have to mass produce these to get them. I'm not too excited about doing that.
I have calibrated my prices.
Who makes this
to be
hat then?
reasonable.
Oh, tailors make this. Okay. Is that definitely the one I need
My
before I go buy
thanks
mats
your
for it?
patronage.
Yeah. I need the top tier hat. So I need some ley line residue, I need some exquisite weaver cloth bolts, I need some gleaming shards. Okay, that's
I
easy.
have an extended supply of
Easy.
goods for outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Yeah, Dark Moon will help with that. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Probably not going to do that right now, but I do need to when's Dark Moon finish? I need to prioritise that, don't I? Because it's going to run away. I'm going to miss it if I'm not careful.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Oh no, shit. Enchanting, accessories, hat, best quality stuff. Oh, no ribbons. Oh, for flip's
My
sake.
thanks
Hang on.
for your patronage. My directive is to serve you.
Right, go.
My
Right,
directive
that's
has
being
been
made.
fulfilled.
Right, let's see where we're at with this. I haven't actually spent any knowledge points in enchanting yet, excluding these because these don't count. Mostly because I'm waiting a little bit with enchanting. I don't want to go designated disenchanter, even though I said earlier that it basically can't lose. I don't really want to go this route because I want to craft enchants. But yeah, I don't know where the opportunity is. I've not put much effort or focus on enchanting yet, which is why I haven't spent knowledge points. I've just been stocking them up. Which is a weird choice. But the reason I don't want to go designated disenchanter is because I do not want to stand here for 12 hours a day pressing disenchant. Whilst it's fine, it then in essence locks up an entire account doing this. It's not like I can even be herbing and mining on a second account while it's doing it, because you have to consistently press the button. Which means I don't really know which way I want to go with enchanting. And I'm leaving it a bit late to decide, honestly. I'm wondering how soon should you go for the resourcefulness node instead of spreading for more recipes. I'd get the resourcefulness node done. Focus on being the best you can. Focus on the best you can. Focus on doing the best you can in the thing that you've spec'd into first before you switch into something else. I'll outsource my disenchanting via the auction house. Yeah, see, this is it. This is kind of my theory. Specialize and then improve. Yeah, you got to pick something. This is the thing with the professions. Whilst knowledge points are limited, you absolutely have to pick something and get really good at that thing and do it the best you possibly can. That will mean that that one thing you've chosen will be profitable for as long as possible to you. If you get so far and then stop and let other people get ahead of you, then say goodbye to any potential profits. They say they can craft it rank 5 and then send it back with an excuse. Well, I've just had somebody whisper saying I can make it at Q4. Is that all right? Or I'll leave it. I was like, no, Q4 is good. You do it. I'm not bothered about getting my profession tools hyper min-maxed. I haven't had quality 5s anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, for the season launch, it's better to have it than not have it. So there's loads of time to hyper optimize these. Getting the skill from them is more important than anything else right now. This still says this, although it shouldn't, because there isn't that quest. I think that's enchanting done. Quality only changes the secondary stats. There's not really that huge of a difference between Q4 and Q5. No, there's really not. There's really not. I mean, obviously, in a world where every little helps, it's worth it, but I think it's more important at the moment just to get that tool than it is to use greens. You can see I've got only Q3 on my Enchanter's Crystal here. But the difference between a Q3, a Q4, and a Q5 is probably pretty minimal. Oh, did I not enchant this? Oh, I didn't enchant me rod. Flipping enchant was sat in my bags, missing out on 120 resourcefulness. Okay. 25% resourcefulness now. Okay. I got one more profession to do the weekly stuff on. And then, I'm going to be honest, I think I might have to call it there because my voice is broken. Plus, I'm hungry. Everybody's favourite, engineering. Why is my enchanter... Oh no, this is alchemy. Oh shit, I've got 2 professions left. We got alchemy and we got engineering left. Oh, we didn't leave the best till last. Brain think. Well, let's go pick up work order quest. Wait, why does this say weekly 0? Hello? That's not right.
The coreway must be protected.
Winds be at your back.
Right, how are we doing here then? Oh, hang on. Fix the add-ons. Forgotten about this every time today. Wild experimentations of bomber, so many herbs burnt through. Yeah, it wasn't cheap getting all the recipes within alchemy. Definitely wasn't cheap. Probably a token's worth of gold went into that. Oh, hang on. The wife's calling. Please hold. Okay. Go on, alchemy. Bless me with some good crafting orders. Bless me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 knowledge points potentially. We have Q2. We're out of Mycobloom. We're out of Spears. We're out of lots of stuff. Let's grab... Okay. Search for alchemy doesn't return anything. Oh no, you know what I've done? I've taken all the materials out and they're still on my other alts, aren't they? I bet I didn't put them back in the war bank. That's just as annoying as not having them. Because I don't know where they are. They're going to be on my scribe, aren't they? Okay. Let's log on to the scribe. Let's put everything back in the war bank. Was that my scribe? I really hope it is. Frames, please. There we go.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
There we go.
My thanks for your patronage.
Could really do with increasing my my load times. Too many add-ons. Clearly too many add-ons. Oh, alchemy still doesn't work as a search term. Okay. There's my herbs. I'm also likely to need some of these. Some of that, some of that, some of that. Maybe some of that. Probably vials, probably those. Right. Can we get Q2 out of these? Providing the Orbinid, not providing the Mycobloom. Oh dear, this might be a bit more challenging to hit Q2. Hot damn. Oh, come on, don't do me like this. Don't do me like this. There's no way for me to make these at Q2 without using concentration. I'm 2 points away. Well. Let's get some of those then. Where's the blue ones? I don't know what they're called. These ones. In fact, let's take them all out while we're here. There we go. There we go. Stupid potions. Isn't it a waste of concentration if you cap it and don't use it? I mean, in reality, yes. Screw it. Well, screw it. We'll just do the easy ones. Get them done. Okay, there's a few for Artisan's Acuity. Millhouse. Potions at Q2. Concentrate again. Flasks? No, we're better at making flasks. Oh! Just because we're better at making flasks, you want them at Q3? Christ. For 10 Artisans Acuity, I might not be that bothered. You want flasks of alchemical chaos at quality 3. You provide no materials. And the only reward is 10 Artisans Acuity. That's also known as get bent. Okay, well there's our patron orders done. Let's go hand in our weekly quest.
What brings you here? Ancestors watch over.
My directive
And then let's
is
see where we're going to
serve
spend
you.
our points. We are not in a strong position with alchemy yet. I've not made my tools, but I do have 1,000 artisan security, so we can get those made. I just haven't yet. I'd have probably got away with not using anywhere near as much artisan security concentration there if I'd made my tools first. Spectre wise, how are we doing? Flasks, we've got a full setup going on in there. Our chemical mastery's full. I need to now pick some herbs. Not literally pick some herbs, but pick a herb to specialize in. I'm 80 points. 80 points before I can guarantee Q3 flasks. Sugar plum fairies. Have I done... I think I've missed a bunch of knowledge points, you know. I don't know how I get the rest of those knowledge points anytime soon. 50, 60, 70, 80 points. 90. I've only got 94 points in alchemy. It's going to be these flipping things, isn't it? There's like 40 up here. 94 plus another 40, 130, 134. Ooh, min-max alchemists are going to be very close to Q3 flasks next week. Not all flasks, but a specialist alchemist will be able to mass produce one flask at Q3 next week. One of these ones. These ones are going to take ages though, because they use all the herbs. These ones only use 2 specific herbs. Since I'm not there yet, I'm going to stockpile 80 points, and then I'll put them into these herbs when I've got enough to fill 2 nodes, I think. This is good. This is bait. Don't put points here yet. I mean, I guess I can unlock it technically to get the spillover bonus. Okay. Yeah, I need to get these made. I've got the resources to make those. Okay. I wonder if buying the books first is a better move on alchemy. It's probably not, is it? It's probably not. So if I've got 1,000, I need, what do I need? I need 650 more. 650 more. That's either an awful lot of shuffling this week, and I need to if I want to guarantee quality 3 flasks for raid launch, I need to do a lot of shuffling. I need to get 650 artisan security between now and then. And I need to get lucky with patron orders. And somehow get a shitload of knowledge points. It's not going to happen, is it? Is it possible to guarantee flasks? No, not yet. Not yet. You're also going to need to push the rep hard. Yeah, yeah, there'd be a lot I'd need to do. There'd be an awful lot I'd need to do. Right, boys and girls, we've just crossed the 4-hour mark. And I'm going to be honest, as you can probably tell, my voice is actually toasted. So I'm going to leave it there for today. What day is it tomorrow? It's Friday tomorrow. My God, it's nearly the end of the week already. We'll be back tomorrow. I clearly need to do a little video on add-ons and weak auras and stuff, because it must have been asked 500 times today what add-ons and weak auras I'm using. So I'll put a little video together, maybe later. I'll let my voice rest for a few hours. I'll see if I put something together later on today or maybe tomorrow. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the chat. I appreciate the people hanging out. All the follows, all the subs, all the bits, all the good stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.